Okay, thank you. So this is a meeting of the Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board. It's July 9th, and I'd like to welcome all the members of the public who've joined us on GovTV or on YouTube. Because this is a Zoom meeting, we'll be following the directive of the AG of New Mexico when conducting business, which means that all votes are roll call votes. And you can find more details of that on our agenda. Members present this afternoon at our meeting represent a quorum. They're member Tara Mia Pruitt, member Chantel Galloway, member Doug Mitchell, member Eric Nixon, and myself, member Chair Bill Cass. The way of announcements regarding other board members, member Catherine Starr is asked to be excused today from this meeting due to a medical emergency or medical emergencies that she's been experiencing. We also received a notice of the resignation of board member Leonard Waits, effective actually in May, and we'd like to thank him for his 6 years of service. So that puts us at 7 board members. And finally, member Eric Olivas has asked for a leave from the board for the month of July and possibly somewhat longer. And so he's not with us today either. So that takes care of the board members. As far as the other people present at this meeting, we have agency director Ed Harness. I'm looking for agency staff of Katrina Segala and Valerie Barella. And who else? I'm looking at trying to do this in an orderly way.
Dr. Cass, I'm getting a message that they need you to speak up a little bit. You're hard to hear on YouTube.
Okay. I feel like I'm shouting, so it's I can turn it up a little. Let's see, who else is present? From the city, we have City Attorney Esteban Aguilar and Robin Rose. Anyone else from the city?
Yes, we have a couple of members who are here, Dr. Cass, with our Human Rights Board.
Thank you. We could have you identify yourself. That might make it easier so we know who's in attendance. Sometimes it's hard to tell from the video identification. So,
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to introduce our staff. So Tori Jacobus is our Director of Office of Civil Rights, and Raquel Pinto is a staff member with our office as well. She's a clerk.
Thank you. I also noticed that we have from APD, we have Commander Rivera, who's here, and from the Human Rights Board, would you please identify yourself, the members of the Human Rights Board who are here?
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Virginia Necochea, and I'm currently the chair of the Human Rights Board.
Hello, my name is Samia Assad. I'm also a board of the Human Rights Board.
Hi, my name is Joan Marie Yazzie Gallegos. I'm a member of the Human Rights Board.
Hi, Adrian Lawyer, member of the Human Rights Board.
Is that you, Mr. Jefferson? Is that, I think you're muted. Or have I misidentified you? You're still muted. We'll have to.
Yeah, Mr. Jefferson is not coming through for any of us.
Okay, well, we've identified you, so we'll move on. Thank you for keep trying. I believe that's everybody. That if there's anyone else who's in attendance that hasn't had a chance to identify themselves, please do. If not, we'll continue the meeting. So item 2 on the agenda is the mission statement, which is advancing constitutional policing and accountability for APD at the Albuquerque community. Item 3 is the approval of the agenda, and the chair moves to approve the agenda. Could I have a second?
Second.
Second. Oh,
And I would open the floor to amendments, and I would like to make the first amendment, which is to remove item 7, or I'm sorry, remove item 8D, policy recommendations from that agenda position, and we'll discuss that in the reports from subcommittees. So if I have a second for that, I appreciate it. I have a second to remove item 8D.
Second.
All right, so any discussion about agenda items? Anyone have any other agenda items they want to change? Okay, if we could vote on the amendment, I'll do a roll call vote. Member Armijo Pruitt,
I agree.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
and I vote, the chair votes yes. So the amendment's been approved. Any other changes? If not, I'd like to hear a roll call vote to approve the agenda. Member Pruitt?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So moving on to item 4, public comments. We open public comments up until 4 o'clock on the day of the meeting. We've received 1 public comment from Geraldine Amato, and that will be attached to the minutes of this meeting. Item 5, review and approval of the minutes from June 11th. All members should have received a copy of the minutes. They've been distributed, and I would ask for any corrections that you may note for the minutes. Hearing no corrections, I move to approve the minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
A roll call vote, Member Pruitt, Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the minutes have been approved as presented. Item 6, reports from city staff. Before I get into reports, I'd just like to follow up on something I've been kind of derelict in doing before, and that is excusing people who've made their report. So if after they've made their report. So if you've made your report and you wish to be excused from the meeting, you're welcome to do so. And I'll try to be better about this in the future. And so first of all, the report is from APD. Before we introduce Commander Rivera, I'd like to just note that IA Professional Standards Statistical Data Report and the IA Force Division Statistical Data Report for the month of June 2020 have been submitted, and they will be attached to the minutes as well. So, Commander Rivera, the Crash Review Board Quarterly Report update.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Dr. Cass. I'm Commander Rivera at the Albuquerque Police Department Metro Traffic Division. I chair the APD Crash Review Board. I emailed my presentation to Ms. Varela. I don't know if you guys have those, but I can go through them, and I kind of wanted to explain who the Crash Review Board is, because I don't think I've done that when I presented this, and kind of backtrack a minute. I'm going to present 2 quarters just because of the cancellations of COVID. I'm going to present what we call quarter 2. It's October 1 through December 31st of 2019, and then I'll present quarter number 3, which is January 1st through March 31st of 2020. So the Crash Review Board is made up of 5 voting members. I chair the board, but the members consist of the traffic lieutenant, traffic sergeant, traffic officer, and then an officer from operations review in the chief's office, and then the safety officer, Frank Galanis from risk management. So they make up the board. The board convenes once a month. And what happens is operations review receives crashes involving officer involved crashes or employees of APD through our blue team. And then they send that report to, or the reports to, the traffic administrative assistant, who compiles a special order or memorandum sent out on Power DMS approximately a week prior to the actual crash review board convening. And it notifies the officers who are going to be heard. Their cases will be heard in front of the board. On the memo, and in the SOP for the crash review board, officers or employees can voluntarily attend. It's not a compel. They don't have to attend. But whether the employee attends, we still hear still review their crash. The board typically uses crash reports, photographs, and then if the officer employee attends, then we'll listen to their side of the story. Once, let's say, an employee does wish to attend the board, we'll excuse them from the room. Lately, it's been over telephone conference. We'll just mute them. The board will then make a ruling, and it's majority rules. So the crash will either be preventable, meaning basically kind of guilty, or non-preventable, meaning it's not the officer's fault. And then the findings are recorded and then sent to IA Professional Standards, and then they draft the findings, a memo to the chief of police. And then any preventable crashes, the affected employee or officer's chain of command imposes the discipline. The crash review board does not impose discipline. So that's kind of what crash review board does in a nutshell. So for the results of quarter number 2, so again, that's October 1st through December 31st, 2019, there were 80 non-preventable crashes, 72 preventable crashes, and 4 non-crashes. And I'll explain non-crashes. Sometimes an officer, an example would be, they run over a piece of debris that's been in the roadway and it damages their car, may puncture a tire. They mistakenly do it on a crash report, and their chain of command submits it as a crash when actually it should be an incident report. So that's the general misconception of these being classified as a crash when actually it's a non-crash. So that's where the 4 non-crashes come in for this quarter. And then 8 officers had 2 or more preventable crashes within a 12-month period. So that's when progressive discipline would kick in from their chain of command. Moving on, we had same quarter for third-party payouts, so bodily injury or property damage. The city paid out $118,377.22. There was a total of 27 claims under that category. And then first-party damage to city property involving APD crashes, which can be a single vehicle crash, an officer runs over a curb, or it could be officer on officer. We paid out $219,413.76. There was 46 claims under that category. And then moving on to quarter number 3, which is January 1st to March 31st of 2020. We reviewed, there were 28 non-preventable crashes, 28 preventable crashes, 2 non-crashes, and 2 officers had 2 or more preventable crashes within a 12-month period. And same third quarter, third-party payouts. Well, there was $129,373.31 paid out, and that was a total of 30 claims under that category. And then first-party damage to city property, we paid out $154,347.22 for a total of 43 claims in that category. And I'll take any questions the board has.
Any questions?
Yes, Mr. Harness.
Just for clarification purposes, the payouts that you listed in the quarter in your report are not necessarily for vehicle crashes that happened in the quarter, that those are when the payouts happen, the vehicle crashes occurred.
Correct, sir. And yeah, thanks for the question. Yes, sir. That's when the payouts occurred, were during that quarter. The crash could have happened a year ago, 6 months ago. So yes.
Okay,
Good
great.
question. Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Doug has his hand, and then Kara.
Yes,
I have a quick question that is the difference between the magnitude of difference between Q2 and Q3, is that an indication of the just reduced contact due to COVID closures?
I couldn't really say. I can say towards the end of Q2, so the end of the year last year in 2019, we were trying to clear up some of the crashes that we may not have heard. Ops reviews and IA is getting better about holding different area commands accountable for, hey, you got to get your crashes submitted sooner. The SOP says they must submit them within 48 hours. So IA towards the end of the year was doing this past towards the end of the quarter of 2019, they were doing a clearinghouse with saying, hey, we've got a crash in your queue and blue team that was, the crash occurred in September and it's still sitting in your queue and blue team till October, clear it up. And then I know IA's work on sending out some target letters to change the commands that there still might be an old crash in their blue team queue. So I know at the end of the calendar year 2019, we were trying to clear those out. So that's why I know there was a lot more cases heard in the November and December timeframe than there was in January, February, and March.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? If there's no other questions, then I'd like to thank you for your report, and we'll see you sooner next time. It's been quite a while, so thanks again.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no problem, Chairman. Thank you.
And if I forgot to say it, you're excused if you like. So
all right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
City Council. Is there a representative from City Council here today? Then moving on to Mayor's office. Mr. Aguilar.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, Chairman Cass, and members of the board. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Esteban Aguilar. I'm the city attorney, but today I'll be delivering the remarks for the administration. There are three main points that we want to cover today, which are short, but want to make sure that we're providing that information. So first, relating to community feedback and policy development. The mayor, the chief of police, and subject matter experts at APD are continuing to review APD's use of force policy suite, which you all understand and know. We understand that the great community interest in our policies and continue to invite feedback from all stakeholders and community members. All of APD's policies are available at the link which I am posting right now on the chat box. And can be found there. Additional links to provide feedback are available through that link that we provided, and we encourage anyone and everyone to review those policies and provide feedback as we go through this process. The second point is earlier this month, the APD and administration released the 2019 crime statistics. The Albuquerque Police Department, the full presentation is available at the link that I also just sent. Overall, there was a drop in crime between 2018 and 2019, which was a total decrease of 7%, with the largest decrease in property crime being 10%. There was a 1% increase in crimes against persons due to increased enforcement rather than increased criminal activity, and a 9% increase in crimes against society. APD did experience data issues in the past and hired an expert, Dr. Peter Winograd, to evaluate its processes and systems. APD has been responsive to those findings and has resolved several data-related issues that were identified, as well as hiring 15 additional staff members and purchasing new additional equipment. And again, APD will continue to evaluate those recommendations as they come in, which have not been finalized. The third area is the Albuquerque Community Safety Department. So the city does continue to reach out to stakeholders in development of the Albuquerque Community Safety Department and working with folks in the community to address those concerns and get feedback. So we will continue to keep everyone in the loop as we go through that development process. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that I'm able to, and if not, then I will turn it over to Ms. Rhodes. All right. Well, thank you all very much. I hope everyone stays safe and has a good, safe week. And let us know if you need anything.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Were there any questions for City Attorney? All right. Thank you, Ms. Rose.
Good evening. My name is Robin Rose. I'm an assistant city attorney working in the compliance division. Thank you for having us this evening. I wanted to touch on a couple points that would be of interest to the board. First of all, our on-body recording device policy. I wanted to update you all regarding the status of that. First of all, APD had undergone an exhaustive revision of our on-body recording device policy, and we had actually finalized that policy and it was ready for publication. However, we're now revisiting the policy with the passage of Senate Bill 9. That was passed during the last legislative session regarding on-body recording devices, and we want to ensure that our policy is now compliant with the state law that has passed. The new law takes effect on September 20th of 2020. The next issue I wanted to address was the mediation memorandum of understanding. We had previously circulated a memorandum of understanding regarding certain civilian complaints that are eligible for mediation. And in order to make these types of complaints eligible for mediation, we have to work on modifying the CASA. We anticipate filing a joint stipulation with the signed MOU as an exhibit to allow the CPOA authority to mediate qualifying civilian complaints. So we had circulated that back some time ago and have just today circulated it again with the thrilling DocuSign, so we don't all have to be in the same room together and can continue to socially distance ourselves. Finally, I wanted to touch on the serious use of force cases. As we discussed at the last CPOA board meeting, APD had promised to send its first serious use of force case to the CPOA board by the end of June 30th. That case was sent to you all, and I know you're interested in the timeline for when we'll send more cases. We're certainly going to be able to send at least 3 more cases this month with the hope of sending more, but we have definitely got 3 cases that we'll be able to get to. Those are the points that I was hoping to address with you all tonight, and I can stand for questions.
Yes, members, are there any questions for Ms. Rose? I have one. That is, when you address the OBRD policy, will you take another look at the retention time for non-evidentiary OBRD recordings? This is an issue that we've brought up in the past on a number of occasions. We found that it's very useful in having that information available for investigation purposes, and it actually works to both, to exonerate officers in many cases when there's no other evidence available. And so I'd like to put in another plug for extending that retention time for non-evidentiary cases, non-evidentiary recordings. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Member
Yes,
Mitchell?
Chairman Cass.
Sorry.
Yes, member. I'm sorry, I didn't see who has a question.
Member Mitchell?
Member Mitchell.
Yes, on the if I understood what you just said, you're indicating there's an interest in the CPOA doing mediation, and if I understood that right, then who on the CPOA staff is a trained mediator?
I can answer that question. The CPOA staff will not be doing the mediation. We will be using the community mediation of the city ADR staff.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry. Other questions for Ms. Rose? Seeing no other questions, I thank you very much for your report, and we're interested in those subjects fairly intently. So thank you, and if you'd like to be excused, you may. So thank you again for your report.
Thank you, Chairman.
We're down to the CPCs. Are there any representative from the CPCs present that would like to give a report? Director Harness.
Yes, Honorable Chair Cass, Honorable Board. So the latest with the CPCs, we are continuing to operate with them underneath the umbrella of the CPOA. We still do not have the signed memorandum of understanding, but we continue to operate with them being under our umbrella. The two authorized positions have been moved to our budgetary activity number, and I'm awaiting clarification from our budget analyst, Mr. King, and his supervisor, Mr. Davis, as to whether or not we're going to move forward with our issue paper with them as a division or as them with our current activity number for those two positions. The CPC liaison position, which we have candidates, and then the office assistant position, which has to be drafted and posted. The CPCs are beginning to meet again next week. There will be 4 CPC meetings. They will be meeting via Zoom webinar, which is different than Zoom video like we are. There's the capacity for 500 participants or observees to be a part of the meeting. So we've spent a great deal of time getting those ready and getting those agendas out for those meetings that will start next week. There is a CPC ordinance meeting tomorrow morning with all of the parties, with City Attorney Aguilar, Ms. Van Meter, I believe Councilor Pena, and her policy analyst will be a part of that meeting, along with the CPC Ordinance Committee to put the final touches on that so that it can go to the City Council when they begin to meet again in August. And I think that's all I have for the CPCs at this point. Has anyone received any of the invites from the CPCs for any of their meetings that are for next week?
Yes, I've received a
Okay.
couple.
Okay, good, good. Member Nixon?
Yes, I received it for the Northwest CPC. I planned on attending.
Okay. Great. If you're wanting to be a participant, you need to, as opposed to an attendee, there's different levels. If you're an attendee, you will not be seen, and you can attend anonymously. If you're a panelist, your video will appear as a part of the meeting. So,
Okay.
so those are the two levels of participation available through that
Better get some clarity on that.
that platform. Okay.
Any other questions for our reporter from the CPCs? We'll be making further appearances tonight. Is there a representative from the APOA present to report? Seeing none, the Public Safety Committee.
Chair Dr. Cass, just one note, there is a Public Safety Committee meeting scheduled for July 16th at noon.
So it's a week from today.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
There is yet to be an agenda posted.
And I presume that's a Zoom meeting?
It is.
Thank you. The Human Rights Board. So, I'm sorry, Member Pruitt.
Just quickly, how would we access that Zoom, Director Harness? Is there, could you send that out to interested folks who might want to attend that?
Chair Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt, certainly as soon as their agenda is posted, it will have all of the instructions on how to attend that meeting. It's probably going to be like the city council meeting, so it will be broadcast on GovTV, YouTube. It'll be similar to how our meetings are conducted.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Moving on to the Human Rights Board. This is a sort of a special event, and I'm not sure of all the details, but we invited members of the Human Rights Board to be able to ask questions or give a report as to what kinds of questions they want to ask. So I was asked that a representative, if you have a representative who'd like to give a report and ask the questions, please come forward.
Yes, Chairman Cass, thank you for explaining that, because that was going to be the first question I was going to ask of you, because it's not going to be your usual report back as you've had for the other agencies. And what we wanted was to actually request a meeting. Ideally, it was to request a meeting with you all to discuss some of the pending issues that we've been addressing in the last several weeks. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page. So thank you for clarifying that. And that I also want to ask, though, Chair Cass, is it okay if there's other members who are present with me, if they can also ask their own questions and possibly add other information? So if you can clarify that for me first, I'd appreciate that.
Yes, I mean, given that this is an unusual request, I think we're trying to, gather the most information we can and be as cooperative as possible, furnish as much information as we can, and I think this is a case where we can have a dialogue to decide what it is, how we can cooperate in the future. So, yes, I'll leave it up to you to try to, who wants to speak, and we'll just, try to keep it within reasonable time limits. But I think everyone who has come to this meeting who wants to, add something, I think they should have that opportunity. So if you want to direct traffic, that's fine with me.
Great, thank you, Chairman Cass. I appreciate that. And so just before we start, there are some of the Human Rights Board members that are present with me. Also is our director, Ms. Tori Jacobus. And I think I also saw that Ms. Michelle Melendez, the Director of Office and Equity and Inclusion, is also on with us as well. And just to begin, we are a board that's comprised of 7 members, and our responsibility is to preserve, protect, and promote human rights and human dignity for the residents across the city of Albuquerque. And from what I've researched, I've noticed that there's definitely phases of activity to largely like less activity for the Human Rights Board. And one of the things that we've committed to, the members that are present now, is for us to create a very active and present Human Rights Board. And so that's been one of our goals that we've committed to. And with that, the events that happened across our city, specifically in connection with Black Lives Matter protests and George Floyd, we were very concerned with the events that happened across the city, and especially APD's response and actions connected with those events. And we have held 2 special meetings since the first protest took place on, I think it was Thursday, May 28th, was the first protest that we had seen in our city. And we also were concerned with other responses and actions that we saw in subsequent protests on Sunday, May 31st, and over the next weeks following that. And what we specifically called our first special meeting on June 3rd, we called our first special meeting specifically to provide a platform for residents across the city to bring forward their concerns and complaints to the Human Rights Board. And so, we had that first special meeting, and at that meeting, we voted to investigate further the possible human rights violations in connection to those protests, and specifically with APD. We held a second special meeting on June 16th, and I will tell you that upon reviewing all of the public comments that were emailed and expressed to us during those special meetings, and again, by email and by phone call, there were many different concerns that were raised. And many of those relate to specifically excessive use of force, which is something that was mentioned previously already by other agencies. So excessive use of force was one of the major points of concern. So was ongoing systemic racism that has become a pattern and seems to be a culture that we see across law enforcement and other sectors of the city. Ongoing training that's needed for APD, specifically anti-racism training, and others that were mentioned by the public. A closer look at APD policies, specifically using a human rights lens, APD budget, and also another major concern that has been brought to light is APD's response and actions connected to the Civil Guard. And if those were the most prevalent categories that emerged from the complaints and the comments that we've received over these special meetings. And in our last special meeting, we had actually voted to meet with you all because we want to ensure that we understand your process clearly, and we've been reviewing your ordinance and your policies and procedures. So we want to understand that fully so that we are not duplicating any of the work that you are set out to do. So for me, this was, and other members of the Human Rights Board, this is we wanted to have a conversation with you tonight, and also just a time for learning that will help us continue in the next steps for our own investigation and research that we'll be carrying out specifically with the APD and the protests that have been occurring across our city. So if that's a report back, that's part of the report back. And at this time, I don't know if there's another member, a Human Rights Board member, that wants to add to that information for the CPOA and the CPOB.
No, I appreciate you representing us. I think that, for me, summarized my interest for sure.
I second that as well.
I do as well.
All right, then so this seems like an opportunity then for us to ask you a few questions if if board members have questions to more fully understand what the Human Rights Board does and what you're interested in. I would open this up to those questions. We can also respond in terms of what we do, and if you'd like to hear, I'm sure you want to hear something about that. But in the meantime, let's start with questions from any board member who has a question. So, Member Nixon, are you? You're unmuted, so I assume you might have a question.
Thank you, Chairman Cass. So with the Human Rights Board, I was just wondering if any of the members are affiliated with any other city and entities, organizations, activities that kind of dovetail into human rights. Of course, that's something that's very important, and one of the main reasons I am serving on the CPOA at this time as a representative of the community. I'm just wondering if this ties in other organizations.
Yes, Member Nixon. Many of us that are on this board, I can speak for myself, we are connected to our communities. I'm the director of a small nonprofit that focuses on water rights and water protection, specifically in the Middle Rio Grande. And so I serve in that capacity for the community. And with that work, I am connected with many other ally organizations, including Southwest Organizing Project, and others that, for us, human rights is a major part of our community organizing work that we do across the city and beyond. So for me, that is definitely the case.
I would like to say that I, like Virginia, we are all community organizers. I sit as chair of multiple organizations, one of which is SWAP, the Albuquerque Center for Peace and Justice, and I'm a grassroots feminist. I sit with the New Mexico Women's March and have championed many different campaigns. And I'm a small business owner, so I have vested interest, and a mother of 9. I have a big vested interest in the city of Albuquerque, so thank you.
And I'm the co-founder and co-director at the Transgender Resource Center of New Mexico.
Thank you for all of that. I was informed before what information I was given, in anticipation of your being here, that you did want to know how our capabilities are consistent with what you're interested in seeing. And when you were speaking, I made a couple notes, and I would just like to mention that as far as your interest in police policies, we do sit on 2 of the police policy boards that review policies and make recommendations for those policies. And as well, we have a policy committee of this board, which is a public body, and you can attend those meetings as well. And those meetings typically discuss what is happening with police policies and the policy recommendation process. So if you have particular policy interests, and I might remind you, add that 2 years ago was when the use of force policy suite was being developed with major changes. We were part of that, and we were able to give a forum to the public for hearing those changes and making modifications. In this go around of policy modification for the use of force suite, I suspect it'll be somewhat different, but I believe we'll, because it's such an important set of policies, we'll do as much as we can to make those reviews public. And we have that opportunity because we have a connection to the policy process at APD. Another part of what you mentioned is that I'd like to speak to is the recent cases that have been in the news. There are 4 that have been where there's allegations of misconduct of some kind, but the 4 cases that we have received and are under investigation by our agency are the detention of 2 juveniles and 2 adults, the arrest of Clifton White, the APD briefing of armed civilians, and then the APD response to the demonstrations that on the night the statue was removed. So I think that's enough information that you're familiar with those cases. And we do have the tools. There's a professional staff that is employed by the agency under the direction of Director Harness, and they're capable of and in the process of making these investigations. So this is something that we're chartered by ordinance to do, and we have access to APD information that is not normally available to the public for the purpose of the investigation. So we think we're the right place that investigations such as that can be performed. And because of the way the ordinance and the CASA are written, third party can make complaints regarding any issue that they're concerned about, and there's no time limit on that. That's, sometimes we think that that's a bit of a problem. On the other hand, it opens it up to where, something that's occurred, even if it's occurred a long time ago and it's somewhat remote, if it's important, it'll be investigated. So I think the scope of is there, and the means is there. So, I think we're in a good position there. So I welcome anything that any other member can add to this that would, supplement some of this information. I think you want to hear this partly from the board because we're the volunteers, we're the representatives of the community, but we're also intimately connected with the operation of the agency, and we have a lot of faith in the ability of the agency itself. So so I'll leave it at that, and I'll ask any other board member or agency staff how they might want to add to this if they like.
Member Nixon
Can I ask
has
a question? Sorry.
I'm having trouble keeping track of everybody. So if you, thank you. Member Nixon?
Yeah, for our guests that are on the call from the Human Rights Board Foundation, I think I get it. Would it be, Chairman Cass, would it be appropriate to kind of clarify the lay of the land, so to speak, just real briefly as to who the CPOA, the board, reports to, the independence of the board? Is there a board member that can speak to that a little bit? You're on mute, sir.
You're muted.
Thank you. If there's a board member who would like to answer that question, I'd be happy to surrender the floor. Otherwise, I will do my best. All I can say is it's written in the ordinance that we're independent. But we also are a creature of the city council. So The ordinance says that our decisions are not subject to influence by APD or the mayor or the council. But we are, of course, accountable, and we're accountable primarily to the community. So because we receive our budget from the city council or from the city and through primarily the city council. Board member appointments are made by the city council. So if there's any identification that we have, it's with that branch of government. But in terms of the decisions that we make, we are independent, and that is written into the ordinance. So we have an obligation at the same time to be judicious in the way we make decisions, and primarily that occurs when we review an investigation that the agency has made. And so if the agency makes an investigation and then presents findings, the board then will review those findings and certify that this is the position and that the board agrees with those findings. So we have, in addition to that, then we have oversight type recommendations that we can make to the police, and those are especially true in policy. We don't, the police do not have to follow our recommendations, but they do have to report when they disagree with our recommendations. And that's also true for recommendations that are made regarding findings of officer misconduct that the agency may find and the board supports. So that a report is given to the police chief, and the chief then responds with his support or non-support for our findings. If there's anything that you'd like to clarify, Director Harness, I'd be happy to surrender the floor to you. I want to make sure that I get this right. And
No, Chair, Dr. Cass, I think you hit it. I know Member Assed wanted to ask a question, and then Member Galloway.
Thank you for remembering me. I'm sorry, I'm off camera. I didn't have raised my hand. Chairman Cass, you talked about the ordinance give you new privileges of information that the rest of us do not have access to. And I wonder, since the George Floyd killing or murder, how has this board had an impact on holding APD accountable and ensuring community well-being? I mean, I'd like to know how you think you've been effective since then, and we're coming into the actions and the terrible shooting of some of the protesters. Just fill us in on how you think you've had an impact. Thank you.
Well, I think we have to. I mean, our time doesn't start with the George Floyd shooting. I mean, that certainly has brought this issue, this tragic incident, to everyone's attention. We typically have to respond to things that occur in Albuquerque by Albuquerque Police Department. So that's the limit of our influence and our ability to investigate. It's things dealing with Albuquerque Police Department. So if we get a citizen complaint, which results in, as they have, from the fact that there was that George Floyd was killed, demonstrations resulted from that, and the APD reacted to those demonstrations. We've received complaints. We investigate those complaints. So that's our connection to the process. We're I won't say reactive, but we are responsive to Albuquerque community and Albuquerque Police Department. So,
Chairman, I think you didn't hear me. I meant to say James Boyd. I don't know if it came out clear.
I'm sorry if I misunderstood. So I think the same thing holds true for James Boyd. I mean, that case, that's one case that that occurred, and again, it was one of a number of tragic cases that occurred. We've investigated or reviewed those cases as they've been presented to us for investigation or review. So we do things in response to particular complaints or to policy concerns that or other concerns that we receive from the community. So we're responsive to the community, and we have to do this on a case-by-case basis. So
if I might supplement your answer, Dr. Cass, I came here shortly, a few months after the Boyd shooting, and was appointed after that. And I think that you can point to not only the removal of officers through investigations from our agency, but the levels of transparency that now exist that did not exist 4 years ago, to the point where we have supervisory access to all of the on-body recording device videos. We have gotten written into ordinance now the obligation for the department, for the board, and for the agency to be a part of the policy development process, which we were shielded from before. So we have ingrained oversight into the processes for the department, and those will lead to other long-term changes. And you can look to the debate that we held regarding the last rewrite of the use of force policy, the special meetings that we had, and the standards that were ironed out with board input, with agency input, and with public input, to have the standard that is higher than outlined in Graham, minimal use of force as opposed to objectively reasonable. That is a huge, huge difference for this community, and is just now, the effects of that are being felt in that now we are getting the investigations of those force complaints and force issues under that standard. And it took us 4.5 years to get there, but we're 6 months in, and I think we can point to that for the agency and the board's effect on the safety of the community. Member Galloway, and then Member Nixon.
Hi, thanks, Ed, and I'm so glad that you brought up the Graham v. Connor language and the new use of force policy, because I think that was a huge accomplishment, not only by this body, but in collaboration with ACLU and Healthcare for the Homeless and some other community partners that we worked with. And that would be the thing that I would recommend for your organization, is that you do collaborate with the policy and procedure community. Come be participants in the board meetings, provide your input, provide your research, help us to draft what the community would like to see the police department look like going forward, and the policies that are available. It's, nobody bats 1,000 at these things, but it certainly makes all the difference in the world when organizations can work together to accomplish a goal.
There was someone else, Member Nixon?
Yes. So I started in this part of my activism, my community activism, with the community policing councils. And I was interested in joining the CPOA if there was a spot available. Primarily similar to Director Harness, I became involved in the process with the shootings of Christopher Torres. I don't know if you remember him, and James Boyd. And so looking at what has happened over the past 4.5 years, while there's been a lot of progress made, and that's a good thing, this kind of position, and one of the things I've kind of realized is that it's an ongoing process. And it's not something where you go, okay, well, we're just totally satisfied with everything that happens. my assumption is that when the Department of Justice leaves with their monitor, we've accomplished the ability to govern ourselves appropriately and fairly in the city. And so until that happens, this work is extremely important. My colleagues that are on the board as well, I'm probably one of the newer members on the board, have been instrumental in getting me up to speed, getting me trained and having an understanding, but also clarity on the investigation process, the policies process, and things that are going on within the board in order to ensure that we are of use to the community for all intents and purposes. So it's challenging and rewarding, but the main thing is it's not so much about us on the board as much as it's about the community. And it's about protecting the community and making sure that the community has a voice in transparency with what's going on with law enforcement, which has been plagued with a lot of problems in the city. And there are still some problems that are going on, just like what you had mentioned with the protests and things that are going on. So as these cases come down for us to investigate, it's with an impartial lens that we look at that, try to get the facts, and then make sure that we're making recommendations and assessments that are fair and clear for everybody involved. I see a hand up.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Member Nixon and Chair Cass. And just as a follow-up to what you've shared with us, Member Nixon, I would like to ask the board, is there any information that you would be able to make available to us specific to investigations that are happening? So I would really like some clarity on that.
I think the best response will come from Director Harness.
Madam Chair, what specifically sort of information would you be looking for? We, once our investigation is complete, we bring it to the board for review, and then those results are published as a part of our minutes and are uploaded to our website so that they're viewable by the public. We do not give periodic updates while investigations are being conducted.
Thank you, Director Harness. That answers my question. It was more of where is that information available? And so if it's in your minutes and it's published as part of your minutes on your website, that's what, I would be very interested in just reading, especially what happens as a result of the 4 investigations that you all mentioned. So yeah, thank you for answering that. And, I do have another question for you. And as we're receiving more concerns that are being raised by the public, and possibly will be receiving complaints addressed to the Human Rights Board, but when it involves APD, I'm really interested to hear what are your thoughts on how we can best move through that process when they are specific to APD.
Well, Madam Chair, if you have people coming forward to you and you have specific information, you could, on behalf of yourself as an individual or the Human Rights Board, you could file a third-party complaint with our agency. Or you could encourage them to file and bring the issue to our agency for us to investigate. We have multiple platforms by which to file complaints. You can file anonymously. You can bring that information to us. And that's how I would ask you to handle that situation.
Mr. Harness, how long is that process of filing and achieving something or getting to court or whatever, giving it to the mayor or city council if necessary?
The process will take about 150 days total for the entire process. And let me give you the timelines for that. We have 7 days to do a preliminary investigation on the information that we receive. That the investigation will then commence when we pull a number and start the investigation. By the rules of the collective bargaining agreement with the union, we have 120 days to complete the investigation. And then that commences a 30-day review period. So the findings from the investigation will go from the agency to the board. And then from the board, it will go over to APD for APD to do its 30-day review. At the end of that 30-day review, if there is a violation that's been found, we will make a recommendation for discipline. And if the chief does not agree with that recommendation, then he must inform us in writing as to why he did not discipline the officer the way we recommended. So essentially, it's about a 150-day process.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other questions that could be answered? So, you know, I want to make sure that everyone's had a chance to ask their questions and get answers as best they could. I would like to encourage continued collaboration through, you know, and primarily I think the opportunities exist through the complaint process and through the ability to collaborate with the policy process. Like, as I mentioned, our policy meetings are open to the public, and we can accommodate members of the public in the same way we accommodated for this meeting. So that's an opportunity, I think. In addition, and these are the subcommittee meetings. And then in addition, we have discussions at the regular board meetings about, you know, these same sort of issues. So which you can attend as well. But there is an opportunity to, you know, to participate, you know, in a more or less, you know, subcommittee atmosphere. So I see a question from I can't hear you. Can you, are you?
Looks like you're on mute.
No, he's not muted. There's just no sound coming.
His mic may not work.
Yeah, maybe Member Jefferson, if he's not able to, if we can't hear him, maybe he can type out what he wants to share in the chat.
You can hear me?
Now, there we go.
Yep.
Now I can hear you.
On the policy, on the collaboration on the policy, when we talk about collaboration, would that collaboration be on as board to board, or would you be looking at us as just members of the public?
I think initially what it is, it's as members of the public extended the, you know, invitation to participate as other public members would in a policy process that we engage in through our subcommittee meetings. So, I mean, subcommittee meetings are pretty, you know, are less, you know, rigid and less formal than in a full meeting like this. And we have invited members of the public and community groups to attend policy committee meetings. We listen to what they have to say, and we try to incorporate, their suggestions and their recommendations and their concerns. So I don't know of any official way to make this as a board-to-board, connection, but we certainly would welcome you as members of the public who we would engage with. So.
I would also just say, if you have a particular policy, APD policy, that you review as a board and you believe that there are recommendations and changes that need to be made, as you previously described, through the lens of human rights, then as the board, review those, vote on them, get those recommendations together, and then you can certainly present them to either the subcommittee or to the Police Oversight Board, or there's the option of submitting it through directly into APD's Office of Policy Analysis. So those would be 3 options for you.
If I may ask, Director Harness, I'm assuming that we would get eyes on that fairly quickly if it went through the board. Is that correct? If someone sent a recommendation or sent a...
Chair, Dr. Cass, Member Nixon, I might not even look at it before I give it to the board. It'll get to you lickety-split.
Any other questions? I want to make sure I don't miss anyone. If there are no other questions, I'd like to thank you for attending. I hope that we can continue some form of a relationship. We welcome your participation at our at meetings that are open to the public, and I hope that we've answered some of your questions and it's more understandable what we do. So thanks again for attending, and we'll move to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Chairman Cass, for having us. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. And if you're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, or I excuse the city attorney and keep, but he continues to hang in there. So you're welcome to hang in there as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm very engaged with both of these boards. And so I want to thank both the members of the Human Rights Board and the members of the Police Oversight Board for all the work that you all do in working together. So whatever we can do to help, that's what we do. So that's why I wanted to stick around. But again, if anybody has any questions or anything that comes up in the meantime, please reach out. But I am going to sign off now, and thank you all so much for your time and the service that you all do for our community.
Thank you. So we're at agenda item 6I, which is a report from the CPOA. So Director Harness, you have the floor again.
Chair Dr. Cass, Honorable Board, I'll try to keep it pretty concise. I already mentioned the Public Safety Committee meeting, which is the 16th at noon. Also, there is the Committee of the Whole, which will be meeting on the 14th of June at 3 p.m. And as it relates to budget issues, we are beginning again the budget process. So the issue papers, which I drafted and submitted to our budget analyst and to the city previously for fiscal year 21, are being recirculated. And if there are any changes, we need to have them into the city by the 16th, because they will begin their review of these issue papers on the 16th. At this point, I don't see any changes except for the integration of the community policing councils and those 2 staff positions, which will be underneath us. And so as soon as I get the clarity on that from budgeting, I will make those changes on the issue paper. As a reminder, in that issue paper, we are requesting 2 additional investigator positions, and we're requesting a policy analyst to support the work of the board in their policy endeavors. I think we've heard from everybody for the NACOL training. Everybody, we will be signing up everybody for the entire block, just because it was just more economically feasible to do it that way. So Katrina will be getting those registrations together, and you'll be getting those notifications. Has anybody from the case review committee used the SafeLink yet? It is up.
Yes.
Okay, good. Any issues with it? Okay, good, good. So we do have now the capability of using the city's SafeLink to upload larger investigative files. For the audit, there was one of the cases had, I think, 7 or 8 lapel videos associated with it. So it's great that we're able to do that. And other than that, we have been doing a lot of work with the CPCs, and hopefully now that they're meeting and we have most of them set up in webinar templates now, our workload will lessen. I anticipate that by the end of the, what was today, the 9th? I would anticipate by the end of the month that we would start the interview process for the CPC liaison in coordination with some of the members of the CPCs to get that position filled. And then we'll have an office assistant coming over as well that will not be the person originally hired for the position. We will have to rehire that position. So other than that, I stand for questions. Member Armijo Pruitt.
Sorry. In our last meeting, we talked about the ride-along requirements, and you were going to seek guidance from the monitor about the COVID and ride-alongs.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt. Yes, I have an email from member from Monitor Giaquinto, and when I respond with data, I'll ask the questions about the waiver of some of the requirements due to COVID. Member Galloway?
Just as a follow-up on that, I did speak with an APD officer out of the Northwest Area Command. Actually, I was kind of filling in over there, but I was in that area. And they're still doing ride-alongs. They're still allowing ride-alongs. So there's no restriction as far as APD's end of things, at least not as of right now. Director Harness, the other question I wanted to ask you, this relatively light caseload that we had this month, is that a result of not having enough investigators to work through complaints that are being received, or is our complaints less than it has been?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Galloway, it's staffing. Our investigators are focused on priority investigations at this point, those that we've already detailed this evening. Member Armijo Pruitt?
Just to address whether there's a moratorium on ride-alongs or not, my concern is more to do with my own exposures. Northwest Area Command is part of my command. I see them downtown all the time. they do not mask generally. So that would be a concern for me outside of what they do.
I would say that any member who feels uncomfortable doing a ride-along shouldn't do a ride-along. I think that's completely acceptable within the governor's edict for how to treat, how to keep yourself safe in this time. I mean, I don't think we would be in any trouble as a board for not doing ride-alongs during COVID time. So.
I can't imagine a scenario where that would take us out of compliance.
So is there any other questions, or can we move on to the next item? All right, seeing no other questions, we are to item 7, reports from subcommittees. Community Outreach Subcommittee, Member Galloway.
Okay, so we did meet this month, June 23rd, and predominantly the conversation centered around CPCs and where things stand, and kind of the highlights of that conversation were already addressed by Director Harness. And so there's nothing really new there. But one of the things that did come out of that conversation or that meeting as well was a conversation about media inquiries to the board. And Dr. Cass had suggested that we bring this up just as a discussion point. I see it's not listed as discussion and possible action, so it may be something that we can just quickly kind of take the temperature of and see if we want to have a more robust conversation about it and action at next month's board meeting. And if it's all right with the chair to have that just real quick conversation and kind of take the temperature, I would like to do that.
I went the wrong way, sorry. If I do remember we had a discussion about adding this, and I completely forgot about leaving it off the agenda. I think I just need to be reminded. I'll write myself a note, but I will promise to put it on next month's agenda. In the meantime, I think if there's anything, if anyone would like to, comment on that, it seems like this might be an appropriate time.
Okay.
I know I have received calls from a couple different independent journalists, and I've talked to them both.
And so just kind of in a nutshell, the conversation was whether or not, well, back it up. In the past, the board has had a person, a board member that was kind of the go-to person for media inquiries and to field media inquiries. And as opposed to getting a variety of opinions and conversation from different board members, so that there's a consistent message and one that is easy to work with the agency on, so that the board and the agency are expecting the same information and providing the same information to members of the public. We do have, of course, our typical media and our mainstream media, let's call it that, KOB, KRQE, the Journal, KOAT, those type of folks. But then we also get independent media sources that can't always be verified as to whether or not it is legitimate media. So the question that we were kind of bouncing back and forth is if we want to have board members be able to discuss anything with anybody at any time and just kind of report back to the board that a particular media inquiry was responded to and how it was responded to, or if we want to designate a person, whether that be the chair, whether that be somebody else, to work in coordination with the agency to respond to media requests so that everybody's on the same page.
Any comments from the board?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
So I just kind of, this is something that I was kind of thinking off the cuff. When it comes to what we do in the agency, I think it's really necessary for us to all be on the same page as far as what messaging is going out. For whatever question the media may ask, that a statement be sent out. I believe that it's our duty, partly and part of what we do, to say, respond. And also so that we can get eyeballs on the response before it actually goes out. If a response isn't prepared yet, until it is prepared and approved by the board, I think we should say, a response will be created shortly and send that out. I think that it's really important to stay engaged with the media, not so much to answer their specific questions or anything like that, but I think that it's necessary to have those statements sent out to the media en masse so that we're not only on the same page, but we're saying the same thing to all of the media outlets. If there's something else that needs to be answered or brought up, I think we can weigh in on that. The only reservation I had to this recommendation is if it causes or increases some sort of workload. I check the email every day. If we're gonna do a round robin on the email to get buy-in or input into a response to something, a lot of times it's just a generic response. I mean, something's being investigated, more details will be put out in the regular outlets, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's just kind of my 2 cents on it. But I really think that us having those statements prepared, as opposed to just either ignoring or not responding. And there's times when we may respond and say we have no comment at this time. I'm totally okay with that if we don't have a comment. But that's just my 2 cents on it.
Member Galloway, you have anything more to add for your? I mean, I think this is a discussion that we will put on the agenda. I think it's good to have raised it. I'd like to, move on if, now that we've sort of aired it again. Unless you
we do have a couple of hands raised. One was Doug and one was Tara. I don't know if you want to give them an opportunity.
Sure. Go ahead, Member Amia Pruitt.
Just real quick, I'm in favor of the idea of identifying someone who's willing to be that liaison for the media. I think if we get questions that go to the full board and then we wait for a response to be crafted, and we can't do a round robin type of thing really unless we send it out and say, are there any objections? Respond directly to the person who wrote it, because then we get into the danger of a quorum. I don't know. To me, I had assumed that the chair fielded those sorts of things, or maybe the chair of outreach. But it sure seems like someone should be identified, and that we should, definitely be following up with anybody who reaches out.
And just real quick on that point, before we kick over to Doug, we did designate a board member specifically because of the OMA requirements and not being able to send stuff out via email because of quorum issues. So that's exactly why to do it. It allows us to respond in a timely fashion too.
So Doug, Member Mitchell, if you have a comment, now would be the time.
Yeah, I think Tara actually hit my question. I would support having one person designated to work with the director on responses. The only thing that I would also suggest is that once a response is given, that not that we're voting on it, but for information purposes, it be sent to all the boards so we all know what was said.
All right, Dr. Cass, then what I'll do is craft up a motion for you to be able to have for next month's meeting.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a good plan. Okay, so moving on. Is that all?
Yeah, that's really it. Our next outreach meeting is scheduled for July 28th at 3 o'clock.
All right, so moving on to the next item, which is the Policy and Procedure Review Subcommittee meeting, of which I'm the chair, and I'll give the report. We met last week on the 2nd, a week ago, and essentially we spent a lot of time discussing the conduct and ethics policy, as we've been doing for several months now, and we'll have an opportunity to take action on that, so I'm not really going to touch on that now. As far as the policy process itself and commenting on APD SOPs, we're looking at moving the focus back to where we start the comment process or start the observation process at OPA. And this is a suggestion that investigator Diane McDermott made, this gives us more time to review a policy if we do it at OPA. So the idea would be that we would begin making notes on a policy as it's coming up to OPA, when it goes through OPA, and then at some point we have to make a decision about which policies are important enough to continue to comment and to bring more to the attention of the board. Then I think the second place that, where we have an official position in comments is at the PPRB. After a policy's gone through PPRB, we can then make a comment for a 30-day period, which is a recommendation actually that is sent to the chief. And if you've noticed, after every PPRB meeting, you should be getting policy, all board members should be getting copies of the policy that were presented at the PPRB. So I will start to remind board members to look at those policies, at least give them a cursory review so that they can see what goes through PPRB and what they should be, what eventually we should become more familiar with, or all board members should become familiar with. So that's where our most our recommendations that they pay the most attention to are made is at the PPR or after PPRB. And I think, but it's also the most difficult process for the board to handle because of the time constraints and the fact that we need to get a full board vote to make a recommendation, and that board vote has to occur at a meeting of the full board, and so there's less opportunity to find for review and for consideration and writing a recommendation and then getting it approved by the board. So we're still grappling with that, and I think moving this up to to start this process back when it's first heard at OPA is one answer to the process, or to the problem. I think the other answer is to just bring it to all board members' attention when a policy comes to the PPRB, and they release these periodically, and I know those emails go out. So I'll try to help remind board members to at least look at those policies. So that's all I have for the policy committee report. Our next meeting is August 6th at 4:30, and we'll ask that the case review committee subcommittee report, unless there's questions for this for the policy committee. Okay, case review committee, item 7C.
I think Ms. Rose has her hand
Oh, I'm
up.
sorry. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was going to ask to be excused. I think you may have excused me, sir, but I'm going to ask formally.
Yes, you may be excused. We appreciate your coming, and we're sorry to keep you any longer than necessary. So you're welcome to be excused. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, case review committee didn't meet this month. We are we've moved to meeting quarterly. So we won't meet again until July, till our July 28th meeting at 4:30, where we will discuss the audit cases that were selected last month, and then provide a report back to the board in August.
Thank you. 7D, Personnel Subcommittee. Member Mitchell, I think you got selected as the go-to guy here.
I'm the designated hitter, as they say. We did meet. Unfortunately, board member Olivas had to go on his leave of absence right before our meeting. So we didn't have a quorum and we weren't able to act. Primarily, we've been working on the guide for the evaluation of the director, a timeline laid out for that to happen over the course of annually, and then trying to identify a mechanism for the evaluation to actually take place, a form, or what tool we're going to use. Hopefully, and I think we're very close to getting this finally finished. I think at the next board meeting or the subcommittee meeting, I mean, if we have a quorum, I think we'll be able to wrap this up and be able to bring forward a proposal to the full board in the August meeting. At least that's the intent. And our next meeting is scheduled for the 27th of July at 8 a.m. And for those of us that are on the subcommittee, if that is creating a conflict for anybody, if you would reach out and let me know that that's not going to work for you, then we'll try to find another time that does work so we can have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Mitchell. And this might be a good time to, get that on the table, because we have all 3 subcommittee members present. I'm going to go through something, through committee changes that probably should have moved it up on the agenda so that it could happen more quickly. But right now, the members are myself, you, and Member Nixon. And so I'm flexible as to when we meet. And so I would leave it up to you, you and Member Nixon to decide on a time, if that's convenient for both of you, because I've probably got the freest schedule. So
I'm good to go anytime as long as it's after 3 o'clock. That's when it's quitting time.
So you can't do an 8 o'clock meeting?
Say again?
You cannot do an 8 o'clock in the morning meeting?
No, I'm working Monday through Friday. So.
Okay, can we change that to the 27th at 3 o'clock? Would that work?
I'm good, yep.
Does that work for you, Mr. Cass?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, well, let's change it and assume, I assume that would work for Mr. Harness as well.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Mitchell, it appears that it does. July 27th?
Yes.
Okay, yes, at 3 o'clock.
Okay, July 27th at 3 o'clock then.
Okay.
Well, that's the beauty of Zoom meetings, is that at least you don't have to find a place. So you just have
Yeah.
So you just have to find the people. So, okay, so we're at...
Member Galloway had her hand up during the...
I'm sorry. Okay, Member Galloway.
I did, but I think it may actually be a better conversation for later down the agenda. So I think I'm going to hold off.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to item 8, items for discussion and possible action. Item A on that category is the board conduct and ethics policy. And I would like to give a little preamble to this, but we met, as I mentioned earlier, at the policy committee and had an extensive discussion about this. And we moved along in the process until we hit sort of the stumbling block. And so I would like to, get that on the table before I actually make a motion, and then we can debate the motion, of course. But what happened was we seem to have consensus on the draft that was presented that you've all seen. That was dated, I think, about June 26th. It was last edited by our legal counsel. It was shown to the committee, and everyone has had, on the committee has had a chance to look at it. But there was essentially a concern that because of our recent changes in board member status, it meant that there were actually fewer actual active members of the board than the number that officially showed on the rolls. And therefore, the number of members required for a quorum should have been reduced to reflect this smaller membership. So that was the issue that was presented. And this would have an impact on holding a subcommittee meeting. And we happen to have, we kind of put this to the test at this subcommittee meeting. And I think this is one of the reasons for that the objection was raised. But we had 4 members of the PNP at the of the board at this subcommittee meeting because of various reasons. Trying to assure we had a quorum, we may have gone overboard. In any case, the argument was that there were at the time that there were 8 current board members, but in fact, because we had we had one vacancy, a real vacancy. We had one member who had not yet submitted his resignation. And then we had another member who was asking for a leave of absence, and that would reduce the number of board members. This is the argument now, that we reduced the board members to say 6 who actually were active. And that would mean that the quorum requirement for the board would be 4, and having a quorum of 4, having 4 people at a subcommittee meeting was too much, and we were being, operating outside the OMA. So, the discussion then ended regarding this policy with proposing that I ask our legal counsel to render her opinion on whether we had, whether this was an issue and whether this issue should be addressed in our policies and procedures, in our conduct and ethics policy. So I consulted with her, and she's prepared to answer this question. And I think that given what's occurred up to this point in terms of accepting the rest of the changes to our policies and procedures, that these changes would be acceptable to, at least for debate tonight, to whether we want to continue, do this. So what I'd like to do is ask our legal counsel to render her opinion, and then what I will do is I'll make a motion. I can do this first, and maybe that'll make it simpler, but I move that in order to get the debate started, I move that the CPOA policies and procedures be modified according to the highlighted text that is contained in the document, 2020 Board Policies and Procedures revised on 05/2020, and TMG are the initials on it. So that identifies the file. In that file, there's highlighted text that makes the changes. So that's my motion. And so if I can get a second to that motion, then we can start the debate and we can hear from our legal counsel.
Second.
All right, so we have a second. So I'd like to ask that our legal counsel will give her opinion on whether we should add to this policy regarding the OMA, regarding OMA considerations.
Chair Galloway, members of the board. Your policies and procedures provide the definition for what Chair Dr. Cass, I'm still living in last year. I'm in Groundhog Day from COVID. I think we can all utilize that for at least another 6 months, the way this is going. I apologize. Again, our policies and procedures for the board in current form prior to a vote on the pending motion, and even after that, provide what a quorum is defined as for purposes of this board. That differs from what the Roberts rules provide for a quorum. And it's important because you haven't had a full complement of your board in years now. And what your policies provide is, quote, a majority of the appointed and approved members of the board serving at any time shall constitute a quorum thereof, end quote. So technically, if you have members that are appointed and approved, which up until we received Member Waits's resignation, he was part of this board and included as part of the numbers for purposes of determining a quorum. Your unfilled position and now your other unfilled position, given his resignation, means that you now are at a lower amount for a quorum. With regard to the leave that one of your members has asked for, he still is appointed and approved for purposes of filling that position on your board. So the answer to the first question is, how do we define a quorum for this board? And I think your policies tell you if you're approved and appointed, you count for purposes of calculating your quorum. The secondary part of this that may or may not matter, I'm not sure because I wasn't privy to the subcommittee discussion, is while the OMA doesn't apply to your subcommittee meetings, this board still operates in compliance with the OMA for its subcommittee meetings so as to foster as much community and public involvement and input, as well as openness that this board, values so much. So whether there were 4 at the meeting and whether or not the resignation that I have not seen from Member Waits was retroactive, formally accepted tonight or not, I'm comfortable that whatever happened at the PMP meeting was okay given the OMA items, as well as the fact that subcommittees don't actually, quote, take action. They decide what they are going to be presenting to this board at its monthly meetings for formal action. I think that answers the question, but I'm happy to answer any subsequent questions.
Yeah, Member Pruitt, I know you're the one who raised the concern first, and I want to have you completely satisfied with the answer.
So my concern was not as much that whether we were meeting a quorum of the committee as that we were holding a quorum of the board as it was functioning, and that member Waits' resignation had not been tendered, even though he had no intention of returning. And so, which is, I assume, why the backdated May date of resignation, right? So that then when we were talking about this policy in particular, we were looking at defining what leave means. And that's where the conversation had started, that the concern that what are we calling a leave? How long do we allow a leave? And does that vary? How many people can we have on leave at any given time? That those are all questions about if we're going to have the attendance policy, which is what we were discussing, that component of the proposed policy, without addressing leave while we're accepting leave. And then, so my concern was that we were handling things in a way that allowed us to effectively have a quorum at a subcommittee meeting, because we were avoiding accepting resignations, and then I didn't know where we stood in terms of what leave means. So I appreciate Ms. Gooch's definition of what quorum constitutes given the approved and appointed piece. So I think that helps bring some light to that part of it. So that's my input.
Member Galloway, you had a question.
I did. So I was almost like super happy with the warm fuzzies, Tina. Thank you so much, until you said it was approved, appointed, and serving. Does serving throw another kink in there if we relieve somebody of their board obligations for a period of time, whatever that may be? They're no longer serving on the board at that point. Just a question.
Sure, Dr. Cass, Board Member Galloway. I don't believe that this is something that the board has ever had to grapple with. It has always been more of a focus of filling unfilled positions as opposed to what to do when you have someone who is not, quote, serving. Now, I'm not really sure what the board's decision will be on the attendance policy that's here tonight in the proposed policies and procedure amendments. But one of the things it doesn't necessarily talk about is what a leave of absence means. And instead, it generally keeps most of the discretion for approving absences to the chair. And whether someone is on a leave, saying they're not available, or simply asking to be excused from any number of meetings, I don't know that that's a discussion that the board has had to decide whether that means you are or are not serving for purposes of whatever it may mean to this board, because it is not defined. There's no definition for me to tell you for what it means to, quote, be serving.
Any other comments or questions on this issue? I mean, what I'm trying to get to is to decide whether this is a continued issue, whether we've satisfied it, and whether we can move forward on, on consideration of the changes that have been implemented. I guess if we want to make another change, then I think it should come in the form of an amendment to what we have, and I don't want to spring this on anyone, but this is I think this is the point at which we are is to either act on what's in front of us, and having been satisfied that we've dealt with the issues that we started out to deal with, or if we have another issue, then we should make that make an amendment to this policy, or we create another process where we address this as a separate issue. So in terms of what I think we have in front of us, I think if we really want to continue on this issue, that it should be addressed separately. And I would like to at least get a get a vote on whether we can accept what we have as a policy, as a conduct and ethics policy passed by the board. If we can't, we can't. But I think it's I think we can separate the issues, and I would hope that this addresses that that ability to separate the issues. So I'm. Anyone else have comments, or we can call the question.
Dr. Cass, Doug Mitchell and Chantel Galloway have their hands up.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Member Galloway.
I'm going to let Doug go first since I spoke already.
Okay, go ahead. Member Mitchell.
Yeah, it would seem to me that, and again, I would defer to legal counsel on this, but the term serving to me would imply that once you're appointed by the city council, you are serving. And so until you're resigned and have resigned and been accepted as a resignation, you continue to serve. So I think that has implications for leave of absences and ability to have a quorum.
Thank you. I mean, in a way, I think we've covered this in our attendance policy. So if we accept that we have a criteria for actively serving by requiring that members attend 70, I believe it's 75% of the meetings over a 3-month period. That's the language that is in this draft of the policies and procedures. So we now have a way of defining whether you're actively serving, if that's a term, and I would hope that would satisfy this issue. I mean, what I think we're after is is a test of whether somebody is on the board who's really serving who's really active in the board function for the purpose of making decisions. And if we have an attendance policy that addresses that, then it's my opinion that should be sufficient. Member Galloway.
So first and foremost, like I'm completely comfortable with uncoupling these two issues and moving the rest of the conduct and ethics policy forward. But as written, I don't think I could support the attendance. Okay, so if you give somebody, if you grant or the chair grants somebody a leave of absence for a month or a month and a half, if you look at your 3-month period and attending 75% of meetings, they're going to miss that. And then they're going to be in violation of the conduct and ethics policy that we're approving tonight, just by sheer nature of being on a leave of absence. I think that it's completely appropriate for the chair to approve individual meeting absences, but I don't think that it's appropriate for the chair to approve a leave of absence for an extended period of time. I think that is something that should come before the full board because it affects the full board. So I think that that's a completely different conversation to have. I would support uncoupling those two issues and kind of going back and fleshing out the other idea further. But that's kind of where I'm at with that. Our attendance policy, as it's going to be drafted with a leave of absence, and you were talking about Member Olivas being on a leave of absence for at least this month, possibly longer. We don't want him to be in violation when we know he has every intention to serve, but he's got circumstances that are affecting him right now.
Thank you. I think that one way to address this is that I think he's requested a leave of absence. I'm not sure there's ever been, some kind of official decision, and I think that's primarily because we haven't addressed that as a board. So we don't have a way to address a leave of absence. I think it's sort of a member's he's giving us a courtesy of essentially notifying us that he won't be at meetings for a month. If that then would conflict with an attendance policy, I think that would, that person would then come under the attendance policy that we adopt, even if, unless the board took a special action that said we're going to grant leaves of absences, in addition, in lieu of, an attendance policy requirement. So right now, I would think that if we were to accept this policy as it's written with an attendance requirement, when he has gotten to a point where he can't make up 70% or 75% of the meetings in a 3-month period, then that would qualify him, would disqualify him from the board or put him into the process of being removed from the board. So, I mean, I think that we have a way to answer that question under the current policy. But we can still, deal with this separately. And I think that if this is the, board sentiment, I would like to call the question and, get this piece of the problem solved, I think. So I want to be completely thorough on this, but I will also have, I would also like to move it along in the process. So if I hear if there's no further discussion, I would call a question and ask for a vote of the board with regard to this motion, which is that the CPOA policies and procedures be modified according to the highlighted text that's contained in the document 2020 Board Policies and Procedures Revised 05-2020 TMG. So that's the motion, and I'm calling the question. So if we can have a vote of the board, member Armia approved.
Could you possibly share those, like either read them out or put them up on the screen for us to review if you're going to have us vote on them right now?
I'm sorry. Yes, it may take me a second here, but I can get that. Yeah, okay, here it is. Okay. First of all, it's under Article 3, Section 2, Item 13 is has to do with powers and duties of the chairperson and vice chairperson. The chairperson shall. Item 13 says conduct a periodic review of members' training and conduct utilizing the report produced by the executive director in paragraph 3.6.e. New members will receive a review 6 months from their appointments. Subsequently, all members will receive an annual review. The review team will consist of the board chairperson or his or her designee and the executive director. Item 14, lead the board in an annual self-assessment of board member performance. So that was another duty of the chairperson. Okay, moving down to, I think it's the same, it's subcommittees 3, okay. Under ethics, which is item 5 in that same section, it's on page 6 if that helps. The board shall promote a spirit of accountability and communication between civilians and the Albuquerque Police Department while improving community relations and enhancing public confidence. The board shall also promote a spirit of impartiality in its review of police conduct and shall ensure that officer conduct is judged fairly and objectively. This means that the board shall ensure that it does not engage in conduct that demonstrates actual or imputed bias, impartiality, or otherwise impacts fair review of complaint. This includes, but is not limited to. Now, can this be done better with, is it okay to read this or do we need to screen share it?
I'm okay with either approach.
Okay, all right. So if there's no objection, I'll continue to read it. We're substantially through it in any case. So what follows this that I just read is a table that's labeled conduct and ethics considerations. And there's items for trust, which is building trust with the community and APD, timely and accurate responses to appropriate requests for information from the public are necessary to build and maintain trust with the community. It is the duty of board members to convey knowledge of the mission and scope of the CPOA to the public and APD. Maintaining trust with the agency and support for board actions. Members should recognize the decisions made by majority vote of the board or the decision of the entire board. Actions by board members to undermine these decisions outside a board meeting are not acceptable. Leaks of confidential information. Required testimony of police officers, which is protected by their garrity rights, may not be publicly divulged. Materials created by the independent monitor team are not considered public information, nor are they subject to IPRA until they are released by the independent monitor team. Divulging the contents of draft IMRs is not allowed. Under conduct, teamwork, working as a team member requires that members attend all meetings in which the rest of the team relies on them for participation. Submission of meeting agendas and supplemental materials is required to allow other members to participate efficiently. Teamwork requires working with CPOA staff to schedule meetings, publish the agenda in compliance with OMA, and provide supplemental materials. Performance of defined duties is essential. Training, the knowledge necessary to perform board duties is gained by receiving training in oversight practices, police procedures, and policies. The CPOA mission, understanding applicable laws and guidelines. Impartiality, public statements. Public statements must be presented as the view of the individual when they touch on board activities and responsibilities. It is not appropriate to publicly comment on cases before the board. Factual, informative, public presentations on police policy are part of a board member's duties. Social media posts must be considered in light of their ability to undermine trust in the oversight process or the impartiality of members. Case review, policy, and community outreach. Members' decisions should be based on objective criteria found from reading the case investigation when they disagree with investigative findings and/or recommendations. Findings associated with case review should be based on the evidence that was presented and evaluated. An appeal would be the proper place for additional items to be considered. Ex parte communication. Referring someone to the CPOA for answers to their questions is not ex parte. Members should not discuss the issues of the case solicit, or engage in dialogue about a case. Okay, item 6 is removal of members. And this is, the language as now reads as a paragraph A, which has not been changed. Paragraph B is actually changed back to what it was in our original policies and procedures, and it reads, the appointment of any board member who has been absent and not excused from 3 consecutive regular or special board meetings shall automatically expire effective on the date the board reports such absence to the city clerk. The city clerk shall notify any member whose appointment has automatically terminated and report to the city council that a vacancy exists requiring an appointment for the length of the unexpired term. Item C, it is the attendance policy of the board that all members shall attend 75% of board and subcommittee meetings. If a member appears to have violated this policy over a 3-month period, the board will review and validate by majority vote the attendance record of the member in question. If a member is found to have violated this policy, the board may vote to remove the member pursuant to Article 3(6)(a). The board shall notify the city clerk of the board's decision. The city clerk shall report to the city council that a vacancy exists requiring an appointment for the length of the unexpired term. Paragraph D in this same section, the following paragraph reads, member special review and discipline process. The chairperson can choose to initiate a member review process based on the chairperson's review of the member's record or if a critical incident occurs regarding a board member's conduct. Item 2, the chairperson shall initiate a member review process if 3 members support a call for review. Item 3, should a member review process be initiated, the chairperson shall ask the executive director for a current report of that member's status regarding required member training, board-related performance, or conduct deficiencies and public complaints received. The executive director has 5 business days to deliver the report to the chairperson and the member in review. Item 4, if the report is delivered, the member in review has 5 business days to request a meeting with the chairperson to discuss the facts and allegations of the report, and if agreed by both the board member and the chairperson, create an improvement plan. This improvement plan shall be reported to the board at the next board meeting. If an improvement plan is not agreed upon, the chairperson shall schedule a special board meeting to hear the case for board member discipline resulting from the member review process. Item 5, if it is the judgment of the chairperson that an improvement plan is failing after specified and agreed upon intervals, the chairperson shall schedule a special board meeting to hear the case for board member discipline. Item 6, at any meeting of the board where discipline or removal of a board member is on the agenda, board members may remove the review from the agenda according to the appropriate governing rules of parliamentary procedure. Item 7, during any meeting of the board where discipline or removal of the board member is on the agenda, each member shall have no more than 5 minutes to question or comment and shall have no more than 2 substantive opportunities to hold the floor. The member in review shall have the opportunity to respond to all questions and comments of each board member with equal time. Item 8, upon completion of review discussion during the board meeting where the board member review is on the agenda, the board may A, close the review with no action, majority vote. B, leave the review open with no action. After 60 days, review is automatically closed, majority vote. Item C, leave the review open with request for additional information by majority vote. Item D, close the review with member censure, majority vote. Item E, close the review with member suspension, 2/3 vote. Item F, close the review with member removal, 2/3 vote. The chairperson will publicly announce the action of the board at the conclusion of the vote. All right, I believe this is about the last one. Under orientation and training, paragraph E, The executive director shall report completion of each board member's initial and ongoing training activities to the chairperson every 6 months from the date of each member's appointment, or when requested by the chairperson, so as to keep the chairperson apprised of these activities. This report will be supplemented with any record of written citizen complaints received regarding board members' public comment, conduct, or actions which interfere with the objectives of the CPOA. The executive director will be the custodian of documentation regarding board member conduct of required duties described in the police oversight ordinance. And that is the end of the changes. So we are back to calling the question, and we'll call for a roll call vote to accept these changes. So I think we're at the end of discussion. So we've called the question. So member, let's see, I want to do this alphabetically. Member Arminio Pruitt.
Yes, and thank you very much for that reading. I really appreciate it.
Member Galloway.
Just a quick question. Are we uncoupling the attendance policy or not?
That's correct.
Yes, we are.
No, I read the attendance policy. I'm sorry.
And so we're including it in this vote?
We're including the attendance policy is included in this.
Then no.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So the motion to adopt this language in the policies and procedures to create a conduct and ethics policy has passed by a vote of 4-1. You have a comment? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair Dr. Hess. You can finish calling the vote. I just wanted to add a comment once you're done, please.
Yes, so the motion's passed 4-1.
Thank you, Chair Dr. Cass. I believe that now the board has to decide whether it is comfortable with two next steps before this actually takes effect. The first is that the monitor team would very much like to have an opportunity to provide comments and input to the board as part of this process. And the second is the board has to decide whether this is enough of a change under the terms of the ordinance to also require city council approval of your changes to your policies and procedures. There are two different inquiries. One is the monitor team just wanting to participate with you in this process. The other is the city council requirement under the ordinance. I believe at the last board meeting when this came up, that there was a general consensus that it was preferable to send it to city council just so that they could review and a receipt be noted of it. But since then, as part of it, the monitor team also has indicated an interest in reviewing, considering, commenting, helping out, whatever you want to use for the term. So I just mention it for an additional consideration by the board tonight.
So do you think that there is a board action that's required, or can this be sent as a matter of course, as a matter of courtesy to both the monitor team and the city council?
Chair Dr. Cass, I believe that it can be, as a matter of courtesy, something that the monitor team has input in, and for actual action regarding whether this is something the board believes city council needs to review on a receipt be noted basis under the ordinance. One of the issues is that if the monitor team presents something to the board that the board wants to change, you don't already want it in front of city council. So what I would recommend is if the board is inclined to have the monitor team participate, that it do that before it send whatever that final document looks like to city council.
And I mean, I think that can be by action of the chair. I mean, we can just notify the monitor team. if there is any objection to that by the members of the board, I'd be, I certainly would like to hear any objection. Otherwise, I think I'm not sure that we need a motion to adopt that, but I want to make sure that we're not going against some strong, strenuous objection by a board member. So does any board member have any comment they'd like to make about this? If not, then I think as a matter of courtesy, we'll send this to the monitor. We'll ask that they respond so that we can then consider how we want to send it. I believe that sending it to the city council is a matter, again, of letting them make the decision as to whether they think it's a substantive change. I mean, in the past, I think we've been over backwards to make sure that anything that might be substantive gets their review if they like. So at this point, I think we can continue forward by sending it to the monitor and then wait for a response from the monitor and then forward to the city council. So that's where I believe we stand right now. So that's the action that I recommend that we take, and that we can, whatever it takes to accomplish that, I'll check with our staff to get this over to the city council or our director. So I believe that closes this item, and I would like to move on to the next agenda item, which is the executive director evaluation outline proposal. And I put this on the agenda so that in case there was action that might be taken, that would be possible. If I'm going to leave this up to Member Mitchell, who I suspect may want to table this item or remove it from the agenda, withdraw it from the agenda.
I think you already withdrew it from the agenda.
Okay, if
I think
there's no objection, we will withdraw this item from the agenda and move on to item C, which is subcommittee changes. So it's within our policies and procedures that the chair makes subcommittee appointments with the approval of the board. With our changes in membership, there's some natural sort of subcommittee changes that will occur. And I think that way the subcommittee stands right now, the community outreach subcommittee is Chantel Galloway, Eric Nixon, and Doug Mitchell, all members. And I believe that the chair is Member Galloway. The policy committee is myself, Member Pruitt, and Member Starr. And the Eric Olivas was a member, but since he's on leave and since our quorum requirements will require only allow only three members per committee, it's just natural to remove him from this committee. So community outreach is reduced by a member to 3 members. Policy is 3 members. Case review is currently Member Galloway, Member Armio Pruitt, and Member Starr. And with Member Waits now being resigned. Has the case review committee elected a chair? So at the first opportunity where you meet, the case review committee needs to elect a chair. So the personnel committee is Member Mitchell, Member Nixon, and myself. And we also need to elect a chair since Member Olivas is on leave or in limbo. So that's something for the next personnel committee to do, is to elect a chair. In the interim, I think Member Mitchell is filled in. So with those really are non-changes because of the membership changes that sort of dictated this. So if I just would like to I'd like to move that these committee changes be approved by the full board. So do I have a second for that?
Second.
And discussion?
What happens when Eric comes back to PNP
That,
and personnel?
well, that would depend on what our quorum requirements are. And certainly if, if we have, if we can have 4 members on the committee, he can be added back to the committees of his choice and with the board approval. If we're still under a quorum restriction, I mean, for, whatever reason, I mean, if we had, if his coming back, we still only had 7 members. We hadn't filled the vacancy of member Waits and the other vacancy that exists. We would be at 7 members. The quorum would be 4. Committee members would be limited to 3. So we would have to make adjustments to the committee.
And does that need to be done by the board? Isn't it?
The chair.
Can't you just do it?
The chair makes the appointments with the. I mean, I think the process goes. Committee members express what committees they want to serve on. The chair makes those appointments. The chair gets the approval of the board to go forward with that.
Okay.
A member Pruitt, member Armia Pruitt.
I was just wondering, since Mr. Moya wasn't here with us this evening to give a report on the process of recruiting new members, does anybody remember what he said last time about, because we've had this one open seat forever, right? Did he say last time that we were close to somebody, or they were gonna? I thought he did, but now I'm second guessing myself. So does anybody?
He did. He said that they expected to have somebody up for appointment after the city council's break was over with.
So any other discussion? Then I'd like to ask for the board to approve this, these committee assignments. So member Armio Pruitt.
Yes.
Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So that's been approved 5-0. Let's see, item D, we've removed from the agenda and discussed earlier. Item E is strategic planning. I'd like to, let me introduce this subject. I made a proposal that I sent out to the board by email in June that I suggested that it would be a good idea to have a strategic planning meeting, for lack of a better name. And I think it's probably going to go through a series of name changes here because in effect, I think it's really more of a training session and training and planning session combined. But my suggestion was that we ought to take a look at what we need to know to do our job, what kind of training we should have, what should be our priorities in addressing our long list of duties, because I think that something has to give in terms of the amount of time that board members could spend. And so the whole idea was to try to create a process where we could work smarter on the board. And I think, it's been 5 years since there's been any kind of strategic discussions within the board. The board has completely changed from that time. And so I investigated what we could do along the lines of a facilitated meeting like we had back in December, January, among board members that would help us work through some of our issues. It turns out that the city has also, still has is willing to participate by furnishing facilitators, and Phil Crump is available by the city. The second facilitator that they've identified is Jocelyn Torres, who's an attorney and is also either employed by the city or employed as a contractor by the city. So this would be taken care of under city available funds. And I've also, tried to do some checking with our legal counsel to make sure that we stay within the limits of Open Meeting Act, and and make sure that we're in compliance in general with what's required of us. So there's plenty of precedent for doing this, and so what I would like to do tonight is to get the board's approval to plan and conduct starting with 2 essentially mandatory facilitated board agency planning training sessions to be held as soon as we can make arrange the logistical details. So I realize this is a little bit open-ended, but what I'd like to do is get sentiment from the board that this is that we should be doing this, and that we need to be committed to it. So it's making it a mandatory training is like, just like any other board meeting. There's something that we, as a active board member, we would like you to attend. There's always reasons not to attend, but I would like to keep this elevated so that we really do get behind this. So that would be my motion, is to ask the board to approve facilitated board agency training sessions to be held as soon as logistical details allow. So if I can get a second for this.
Second.
Okay, now we can have some debate. Is there any discussion? I can add some more information in that. I think we're in pretty good hands with these facilitators to do this. They're familiar. At least Phil Crump is familiar with the process. I believe Jocelyn Torres has some more specialized interest in and abilities in strategic planning. When I talked to Phil Crump about this, he said that he had a questionnaire available, which he's actually sent me. I haven't had a chance to read it. That would describe, that would ask questions so that he could get, background information where the board members stood on various issues. I'd like to tell you more, and I will as soon as I read this. But I think that would go a long way in sort of getting, allowing them to plan how they were going to conduct these meetings. They're also well aware of the restrictions that we live under, and I think they did a good job the last time of keeping those within limits. So I think we've got a good process. I think the main thing is to get the board engaged so that we can actually schedule this and do it soon. So is there any discussion, any comment? Then I call the question to ask for a vote of the board. Yes.
Dr. Cass, Doug has his hand up.
I'm sorry, I missed it. Thank you. Okay, go ahead. Member Mitchell.
Are you anticipating these to be a Zoom meeting, or are you anticipating to hold off until we can actually physically meet? You're muted.
I'm anticipating a Zoom meeting. Actually, there's some advantage, although Phil Crump has some hearing disability, and he complains about Zoom meetings. Not the audio quality always isn't good, but on the other hand, it works for him most of the time. So, but no, it's we're planning on a Zoom meeting. Any other comments? Then I'd like to take a roll call vote of the board. All in favor of holding facilitated board agency planning training sessions. And I'm sorry, one more thing, and that is this would include agency staff as well as all board members. So, okay, so roll call vote. Member Armijo Pruitt.
Yes.
Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
And I vote, the chair votes yes. So this motion carried 5-0. Item F, I think we can dispose of fairly quickly. I put this on here because I wanted to, the NACO webinar series. I wanted to make sure that the board, that this was called to the board's attention. It sounds like we have sign up and engagement by all the board. So I would move to withdraw this item from the agenda. So if there's no objection, we'll, I'll withdraw this item from the agenda. This moves us up to item 9, a review of cases. So we have administratively closed cases 079-20, and I would, if we can handle this by the chair, I would move that we accept the administratively closed case 079-20. If I could have a second.
Second.
I would, any discussion? Then I'd call the, I'd ask for a roll call vote. Member Pruitt, Member Emil Pruitt, sorry.
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member, then the chair votes yes. Administratively closed cases have been accepted unanimously, 5-0. Unfounded cases, I would move to accept unfounded cases 028-20 and 071-20. Could I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Member Emil Pruitt. Vote. Would like to call the roll. Member Emil Pruitt. I'm asking for a roll call vote.
I'm sorry. I think my system froze up. We're voting to, can you reiterate the vote?
Yes, I'm calling the question for moving to accept the unfounded cases 028-20 and 071-20.
Yes.
Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Carried 5-0. Okay, we have this moves us to item 10, the appeal hearing. I'd like to note that the appellant has sent an email that says he will not be appearing at the meeting tonight. I'd like to read you the email that he sent, and I believe the question before the board is whether we should proceed with the appeal without Mr. Moore present, or to grant a delay in the appeal until the next board meeting. There are options within our bylaws for granting an appeal if it's requested. And so let me read you the letter, and then I will ask our legal counsel to also render her opinion on this as to what the meaning of it is. But first, the letter is from Sam Mora, dated yesterday. This message is to, and it's directed to Director Harness. This message is to notify you that I've been in contact with the mayor and Albuquerque CAO, Sarita Nair. The constituent suggested I meet with the mayor and the Albuquerque CAO. I'm in the process of scheduling a meeting with them. The meeting is due to the concern of the Police Oversight Agency's lack of understanding of how to do a thorough and timely investigation. Unable to receive video emails, unable to contact citizens in a timely manner, as I had to ask for the meeting ID along with other problems. This by no means that I am dismissing my claims against the officer. And at this time, due to this, I will not be able to attend the scheduled meeting for July 9th. I will be in contact with you to update you with the situation. Sam Mora. So before this meeting, I contacted legal counsel to let her have an opportunity to weigh in whether this is a request for continuance or whether this is or what the meaning is. So I would ask for your opinion, please.
Thank you, Chair Dr. Cass. And just so that the members of the board know what our policies say specifically with regard to this particular issue. It says that complainants may submit a written request to delay a hearing on a request for reconsideration for up to 2 months. Failure to appear at a scheduled hearing or to request a delay in writing may result in the board acting on the request for reconsideration without further input from the complainant. My reading of this email is simply that the complainant is not going to attend, not asking this board for an extension. This, however, is a provision in your policies that allow the board discretion to, I guess, provide some grace if so inclined, that this is asking for an extension, or alternatively, because an extension is not actually being requested, decide to proceed on the merits of this appeal this evening as it has been put on the agenda.
So is there, does the board have any comment? Yes, member Armijo Pruitt.
So I'm wondering if any clarification was sought from the complainant about whether he wanted to request a delay. I wonder about, he doesn't actually say anywhere in there, I specifically request that you delay this. He does express that he has continued interest in following up on this. But I do wonder, assuming that he understands what the process would be, and I assume there's verbiage that was given to him when he was alerted to the appeal about what things were available to him. Is that correct, Director Harness? Was he sent something initially that told him if he wanted to delay, then there would be a process for that?
Chair Dr. Cass, member Armijo Pruitt, yes, he was provided all of the rules for the request for reconsideration as they're outlined in your policies and procedures.
I might also mention that he made a statement about the city's lack of ability to send this evidence that he had, which was a very large video file. Director Harness actually went out to his residence, I believe, to pick up this video on a thumb drive. The agency has bent over backwards to try to accommodate this evidence and the appeal process itself. So that's some consideration, I believe. Another consideration in response to your question about whether he's been notified, as I noted, this was sent yesterday at 1:40 p.m. So was about 24 hours during which he could have been notified that this did or didn't constitute a request for an appeal. So that's just information. Yes, go ahead, member Armijo Pruitt.
So I tried a couple of times to download that video, and I do have it downloaded now, but I didn't notice until a few hours, sometime earlier today, that if you hovered over the icon, it said checked out to Doug Mitchell. And I think that's why it wasn't, I don't even know what that really means, why it would be checked out to any individual. I don't understand, but that issue was cleared up. And then right before the meeting, I was able to download that video that he provided. I still have not been able to look at the video. So I would ask that if we are going to vote on this, I would ask that we take a break to allow me to watch the video, because I did try over a number of days. So I don't know if everybody else has had a chance to view it.
So I think at this point, the question is whether we should proceed with an appeal or whether we should grant a delay. I mean, it seems to me those are the two questions before the board. So I could enter, I think the way to resolve this, I think, is for a board member to move one or the other of those two suggestions or one of the options. So would any board member like to offer a motion? Member Galloway.
So I would move that we go on ahead and continue with the appeal.
Hold the appeal tonight. Yes, okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, roll call vote to hold the appeal. Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So we will hold the appeal. So the process for the appeal.
Can we have a break, Dr. Cass? 10, 15 minutes, something like that?
Yes, I'm for a break. All right, so I will call for a 10-minute break. Is that good? All right, so do we need a motion for that? Okay, so the chair calls for a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 7:55.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're back in session for the police oversight board meeting. We're at item 10 on the agenda, the hearing of the appeal for case 046-20. The board has decided to go ahead with this appeal despite the fact that the complainant is not present. So the process for the appeal consists of allotting 15 minutes for the complainant or his representative to make a presentation, 5 minutes for a police officer present, 10 minutes for APD, 10 minutes for the CPOA executive director, and then 5 minutes for the complainant or representative to respond. So item 1, I believe, or the first step in this appeal process would be to hear from the complainant, and I will surrender this to our executive director for guidance. If you have how we can present the case for the complainant.
Chair Dr. Cass, I'm not inclined to do so.
Okay.
His record, his complaint will stand as his record, along with the video that he submitted as to support his allegations.
So if there's no presentation by the representative, there does not appear to be either any representative from either the police officer or from APD. So that would move us down to the presentation by the executive director, which would describe your findings and what this complaint is about. Is that correct?
Well, Dr. Cass, board, I would normally address whatever these new allegations are or whatever's being presented for reconsideration. The only thing that was really presented for reconsideration or to substantiate that is the video that he provided. I will take you back to his complaint, and in his complaint, he states that he was pulled over, but he wasn't breaking any laws. Yet in his video, he shows that he's traveling at 100 miles an hour. So there's a credibility problem. Yeah. Also, the video, when the video shows his speedometer at 100 miles an hour, that's him trying to catch up to the squad car. Note later on, and that's the only time that the speedometer is shown. Note, and this encounter was much longer. He also states that he had to swerve and brake and do all of these things, but none of that is in this recording that he's submitting to substantiate his complaint. And what I think I'll point out also, this was on the freeway in the East Mountains. The officer wasn't going so fast that there was a white SUV traveling alongside of the officer, paralleling the officer. So that tells me that the officer wasn't going so fast over the speed limit that somebody else wasn't comfortable traveling at the same speed. So, you know, perhaps the officer passed him at what he perceived to be a high rate of speed, but the only time that there's any sort of authentication is his showing the speedometer while he's trying to catch up. And this doesn't take into account whether or not his speedometer is accurate or anything else. The rest of the encounter, you can see from the officer's lapel video, he does the traffic stop. He does not cite him. He warns him to not follow police and not to record them. And then he gives him a complaint form so that he can file a complaint, and then he moves on. So I'm comfortable with the admin close because there's no policies violated here.
All right. at this point, are there any questions from the board regarding the findings that were presented by the agency? Member Galloway.
Yeah, Director Harness, is there a policy that talks about speed? I didn't see it on my glance, but I may have missed it. I looked at 2-05, and that's the one I still have up. I'm just kind of doing a cursory, but is there anything that talks about that just in general obeying traffic laws?
Chair, Dr. Cass, Member Galloway, simply the general policy that you must conform to all laws.
Member Pruitt, Member Armijo Pruitt.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. So I guess I'm kind of curious. I think I remember seeing when I first looked at this case in Power DMS, there's their newsletter or whatever that shows up in there talking about GPS tracking of officers' speed in their cars being an automatic thing. Is that the case? And like, is there a way to, like, do they track that? Do the officers ever get called on that if that's general information that's available at all times when they're in their units? And just separately, I mean, I was surprised in my ride-alongs how often red lights are run or, you know, no blinkers used. There's like a totally different world being inside their car than there would be inside my car. And I did notice that on both of my ride-alongs. And so not like they were, you know, either of the individuals I was with, neither were driving like recklessly in any way that scared me. But I did notice that their attention paid to stop signs, stop lights, blinkers, that those were different than what I would expect of myself in a car.
Chair Dr. Cass and Member Armijo Pruitt, we're considering what evidence is here before us and not generalized behaviors for other events that you may have observed. So to assign that behavior to this particular event, I don't believe is the proper way to evaluate the evidence. I can't answer the question for you about the GPS tracking.
Okay, so we don't know if that data is being collected by APD.
I don't know that. I haven't inquired, no.
Okay.
Any...
So some of the things that I notice in this complainant's appeal and also his follow-up email, I wonder if this all had happened in a more straightforward manner in terms of the investigation, in terms of the timeline, and in terms of the claims in the letter that was sent to the complainant. We do have lapel video, right? I mean, I believe I watched the officer offer him a complaint form and all of that. But in the letter, it says that data has been lost. That evidence has been lost due to a timeout. And so I'm kind of wondering, like I find this an interesting case because it feels like his complaints have more to do, or at least as much to do, with the handling by the agency. And so he's kind of complaining about the agency at this point more than about the behavior of the police officer, because you know, it was very concerning to me when this first came up, because there was there wasn't a linear approach to the doling out of information or the static nature of that information. So I guess in this case, are we just simply assessing, is there an SOP that addresses driving too fast when they're not in pursuit? And did they violate that or any other SOP? Like, is that all we're talking about in this case?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt, yes, that's what you're to evaluate.
Okay, and so there are no existing SOPs about obeying rules of the road other than to say they must obey all laws as everyone else. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Other questions? I think at this point, questions should be asked for the purpose of, gathering information about the original complaint and that we have for Director Harness. If we get to the point of deliberation, then I think we go into closed session to do our deliberation. So if there are clarifying questions to be asked, now would be the time to ask them. And then, since there's no complainant to respond, I believe we would move into closed session for deliberation. So I'm trying to feel my way through this process. And if our legal counsel wants to weigh in on this, I'd appreciate it.
Chair Dr. Cass, weighing in about whether or not you should go into a closed session or.
At which point, I mean, I would like to have all questions that are, directed toward the investigation. I believe this is the time to ask those, but just anything past that in terms of deliberating whether this was, the merits of the case would happen in closed session.
Chair Dr. Cass, yes, if that's what the board would like, then the deliberations may occur in a closed session. That can foster some more open dialogue and communication since this is a trial-like hearing, but that would require a roll call vote from the board for that decision.
Yes, and it's on the agenda. It's a possibility. So if there, I believe we were anticipating that this would go into closed session. But if the sentiment of the board is that we can handle this in open session, that's we can decide that and avoid going into a closed session if that's what you would like. Otherwise, I think we're slated to go into closed session once questions have been answered or asked and answered about the investigation. I want to be sure I'm following a process that is supportable.
Chair Dr. Cass, I believe that the appropriate next step would be to ask for a motion and vote, and depending on what that motion is and what that vote is, would get us through this particular question.
So a motion or vote for moving into closed session or the merits of the case?
Chair Dr. Cass, whatever the board would like. I think those are your options, and whatever any member of this board would like to proceed with, it's up to you all to decide that.
All right, so I would, if there are no further questions of Director Harness, then I would entertain a motion to go into closed session for the purpose of deliberation of this case.
I would move we go into closed session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote to go into closed session for the purpose of hearing it's pursuant to New Mexico statute 1978 section 10-15-1H3 for the limited purpose of discussing this appeal hearing. So we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Member Armio Pruitt.
I'm not even sure what to vote on this. So I guess no, I don't know that there's any more for us to discuss. So.
I believe the purpose of closed session is to deliberate this question and take a vote as to how we, whether we support the merits of this appeal.
We can't vote in closed session.
No, but we can discuss it and then return with a vote. So your vote to go into closed session.
No.
Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So we will go into closed session for the purpose of for the limited purpose of discussing this appeal hearing. So here we go. All right, this is the Board of the CPOA is returning from closed session. I'd like to have a motion to resume back in open session and verify that the matters discussed were limited to the appeal hearing pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1-J. Could I have a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Member Armia Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
and the chair votes to return to open session. So we're back in open session, and I would now entertain a motion to what happened in open session or in closed session. So
So I would move that we make a finding of a sustained policy violation, policy 1-1-4-F-2.
is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Any discussion? In the discussion in closed session, this issue was discussed. I'm not quite sure how we phrase this in terms of what the deliberations were in closed session. I'm trying to, what we're doing is we're reporting back on the outcome of the hearings, of the deliberations. At what point can we present the findings of those deliberations?
I think we're doing it now by taking a vote on whether or not we're going to sustain a policy violation or not.
Okay, so this is a roll call vote to the motion to sustain that there was a policy violation of SOP 114F2, which states in part, personnel will operate official vehicles in a careful and prudent manner and will obey all laws and department orders about such operations. So having a roll call vote, Member Armia Pruitt?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So the finding is that there was policy violation sustained, and we have some language to submit for a letter to the complainant. So, and this is my question now: is how do we submit this this letter to the complainant? And what's the process here?
Do you want a motion?
I'm asking legal counsel. I'm sorry. Question to legal counsel.
Chair Dr. Cass, the process for articulating to the agency what the decision or the updated letter shall say, or is the board contemplating sending its own letter? I guess I'm not quite following with what the question is.
Well, and what are our options here? I mean, we can send our own letter if this is an option.
Sure, Dr. Cass, what your policies say is that upon the close of the hearing, the board may modify or change the findings or recommendations of the public record letter and may take further recommendations to the chief regarding the findings and or recommendations in any discipline the chief has imposed or proposed. That's what your policies say. Now, how you go about doing that, I believe, is up to the board. You can ask for the changes to that letter tonight, if that's what you all have voted on or would like to have a vote on. If you want to grant discretion to one of your board members to write that updated letter, I don't know why you couldn't do that. But it seems as though if you're going to be modifying the recommendations letter, that that's something that should be done in coordination with the agency.
Okay, and this is the question. I think, I mean, our intent was to communicate with the appellant. And that is the findings letter that's sent to the appellant.
Sure, Dr. Kask, that's correct. That's my understanding of this process.
I mean, we have language which could be used to modify the findings letter, but then there would be inconsistencies with the old findings letter. So that's the question. So do we need to modify the findings letter to, be consistent with the language that we've created here? So Member Galloway has a comment.
Ina, is there anything that says that we can't have a findings letter and the letter to the chief be done by the agency and then one separate from the board to the complainant?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Galloway, no, it doesn't require one way or the other. It says that the board can modify the public record letter. I believe, but I haven't heard the vote or the motion yet, that's what the board is thinking it is wanting to do.
I would suggest we have two. That would be my wish, will, and desire, is to have one that modifies the official findings letter and goes to the chief of police, just like any other findings letter with an SOP violation would do, and then have one that comes from the board directly to the complainant. So I guess I would make a motion that we do that and at least start this process so that we can discuss it appropriately. Second.
So there's a motion. Would you restate your motion, please?
Yes, that the agency would update the findings letter with the appropriate SOP violation finding post appeal, and then that the board would send separately a letter containing the information we discussed during closed session.
Is that any comment, discussion? We've had a motion and a second to modify the findings letter to be consistent with the letter that we intend to send to the appellant, which finds that there was a violation of an SOP regarding the operation of official vehicles. So is that where, I mean, that's where I think we are. I'm looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is the first time that we've, for some of us, that we've sent a case back where we've found in the appeal that there was an SOP violation. So my assumption is that the agency has a mechanism for sending out a findings letter that relays that information, both to the complainant and to the chief of police. Is that accurate, Director Harness?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Galloway, yes, you did that one time in the past and you were found to be not provide a rationale or an explanation for your decision that was presented to the chief, and the monitor was critical of that. So
I do remember. Yeah, so we needed to flesh that out a little more.
So you will need to provide to the chief the evidence considered, and what, by a preponderance of the evidence, as you find that there is an SOP violation, so the chief can decide to concur or not concur. So you will need to provide that information to the chief.
Okay.
Why that has to go into a separate letter to an appellant, I'm unsure. We've never sent separate letters to a complainant. the complainant gets a copy of what is sent to the chief gets a copy of what is sent to the complainant, which lays out your decision process, your evidence considered, and by preponderance of the evidence, why you believe that there's a violation of policy. So given the fact that this was a closed deliberation, the board will have to draft that because I have no information on which to base your decision that there's a policy violation.
That's fair. Okay.
So at this point, we can, we have a motion to modify or to make it known that we wish to modify the findings letter, and we need to create the supporting evidence to do that, or at least write down our reasoning behind doing that. Do I understand this correctly?
Chair, Dr. Cass, sure. I mean, we can provide the findings letter to you, and then you can simply add on to it, add an addendum, however you want to express your deliberations and your consideration for finding, your evaluation of the evidence and your conclusions to find for an SOP violation.
Okay, so what's the process that we can follow outside of this meeting to do that? I mean, we've I think laid out the principles that we think are relevant here, but it sounds like we need to refine the language a little bit in order to, make it part of the findings letter or modify the findings letter itself. I mean, we did not do anything to modify the findings letter. We sort of created our independent assessment of this that would go toward modifying findings letter. So I'm looking for the way that we can do that. I mean, that can be delegated, I presume, to a member of the board to do that, and then be presented at some point for final approval by the board at the next meeting. Is that the way this? Okay. So, is there a volunteer to write this, to take the language that we used and create the findings letter and to write that letter? We can do this, and I believe it's acceptable to do this with other board member, at least another board member participation if that makes it easier. Or we can do it as one individual board member, to take the language that we have and create the letter and then come back to the board at the next meeting. I'm trying to outline a process that'll work and obey all the rules and get us out of here. Yes.
Can't we just use the language that we've already drafted and insert it into the findings letter, maybe absent the last sentence or two, and because we state in that why we agree with the appellate.
I think we're going to need to be a little bit more precise about that for the findings letter and for the official findings letter. And I think that there's two different things that are being communicated there. I do think that. I don't mind taking this and trying to draft something and see if I can combine it into one. I don't mind doing that, and then bring it back to you all for approval. Dr. Cass, if you want to send me the language.
I just saves me the trouble of appointing you.
Bring it on.
Okay, all right. So Member Galloway has volunteered to take our findings and incorporate it into the agency findings letter, and we will review this at the next board meeting. And so that's the action. So I think we're there. That I believe this closes that action item. So
Dr. Cass, are you going to do a roll call vote?
We didn't vote on anything.
And
so
also, can you restate what the motion is before you do the roll call vote?
I think actually I'm going to withdraw the motion.
Okay.
So I believe I think that's appropriate action, right? So the motion you previously made withdrawn. The last motion that was approved was that there was a policy violation, and the rest flows from that. So is that clear now? Are we ready to move on? Okay, so we're to item 11, serious use of force cases, officer involved shooting, case 18-0058242. And I believe that Director Harness will make a presentation of how this process goes. So I will turn this over to Director Harness.
Yes, Dr. Chair, Cass, Board, you received a draft of my findings letter this afternoon. I bullet point my actions and reviews in this case. I responded to the scene on the 16th of June in 2018. I detail the reports that I reviewed. I detail the policies that I reviewed, and then the evidence. The evidence shows that on the 16th of June, Mr. R committed an armed robbery. APD were able to track him electronically based upon the recently activated cell phones that he had in his possession. They attempted a traffic stop of the van he was operating. He fled in that van. Officers attempted to stop the vehicle with a tire deflation device. That was partially successful, but they continued to flee. Officers used 2 pit maneuvers. After the second pit maneuver, I'm sorry. The officers used one pit maneuver which failed. The subject, Mr. R, began firing a handgun at officers that were in pursuit. They attempted another pit maneuver which slowed the vehicle down. Sergeant 1 was in the path of the vehicle. The vehicle was moving towards him. Officer 1 exited his vehicle and discharged his APD rifle in an attempt to stop the actions of Mr. R. That did not stop the actions. The vehicle fled. A third pit maneuver was finally successful to disable the vehicle. Mr. R fled on foot. Officer 1 gave chase. In the store parking lot, Officer 1 was commanding Mr. R to stop or he was going to be shot. Mr. R stated, "I have a gun." He was reaching for his waist. Officer 1 discharged his handgun, shooting the victim. They tried life-saving measures, but he died on the scene. My findings in this case are that Officer 1 is exonerated for the uses of force, and Sergeant 1 is exonerated for his uses of force as well.
So I would make a motion that we accept the findings of the agency with regards to this use of force case.
Second.
I'm sorry, discussion? Member Pruitt, Armio.
I just have a quick question about protocol here. 2 people that I'm related to were inside that Smith's at the time when this happened. So I'm wondering if I should not participate in discussion or vote, or does that matter?
Dr. Cass, member Armio Pruitt. the conflicts of interest policy and procedure provides that you have a direct personal financial interest affecting the business of the board, or in which you believe you cannot provide a fair and impartial hearing because of personal opinions or biases. It instructs board members to err on the side of caution to withdraw from any proceeding in such instances. But in this case, knowing that your family, relationships were close to this, I would leave the decision to you, Member Armijo Pruitt, that you're asking the question and that it's causing a question might help guide you to bow out if you think that it might influence your decision making. Of course, if you don't think it does, you're welcome to continue to proceed.
Daisy.
So I think I'm fine. I just wanted to put it out there. And if anybody does have any reservation about that, I invite you to state so without hard feelings.
I think if you're comfortable, I'm comfortable.
Any other comments, discussion? I did review this case, and I think that this is the first trial, at least, that we've seen of the review process that APD is engaging in now. And it seemed to me that it was very thorough and very well laid out. And in that, I mean, it doesn't detract from the fact that this is was a tragic event, and there's no good outcome in situations like this. But I think there's good evidence that what was done was reviewed thoroughly and fairly. So just a comment on the case, and I welcome any other comments before we take a vote. If there's no other comments?
The only question I had was when the officers were shooting into the van, when the van was moving and Mr. R was pointing his gun out while driving and shooting back at the officers. Is that normal? I mean, not knowing who's in the van, you know that the suspect's in the van, but anybody else that was in the van, if they shot into the van, endangering somebody else, are you, whenever you're shooting in pursuit like that, the only question I really had was that safe? Was that?
Well, Chair Dr. Cass, Member Nixon, the consideration is the immediacy of the threat of death or great bodily harm and stopping that threat. So the subject was causing and creating a large threat to the more general population, as opposed to one occupant of the van. And in the case here, the first round of shots was in the protection of an APD sergeant, and the second was the public that was at a store on Father's Day afternoon.
Yeah. You're on mute, Dr. Cass.
Okay, any other comments before we vote? All right, I'd like to take a roll call vote on the motion to accept the findings that were presented by in this serious use of force case. So, Member Armijo Pruitt.
Yes.
Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the motion is approved 5-0. With that, I believe we're at item 12, which is other business. Is there any other business that members would like? Yes, Member Galloway.
Just real quick, it was at our February meeting where we had the Crimes Against Children unit present to us. It was a commitment that we made as a board, I think, to ourselves and to the public, that we would engage the processes that are in place and the different entities that work together and how things happen when there are issues surrounding children. And we said that we were going to bring in the training unit, the academy, to come in and talk to us about how officers are trained, what training is available to them, whatnot. That was in February. We haven't talked about it since. And it's not an area that I am willing to kind of let go of and push off to the side. I think we need to resurrect that conversation.
Well, we can look into identifying the appropriate person to respond to that question. If you could provide a little bit more information about what training you're interested in, that would help, I think.
I think that it had to do with interrogating, not interrogating, but that's not the right word. Interviewing children, how officers are trained. I think one of the conversations that came up was on a ride along that I was in, off of the officers that I met with, and there were about 4 of them, maybe even 5 of them. We met at a coffee shop, the whole kind of team that was on, and they discussed a reluctance to even go out on calls that were involving children because of the lack of training that's available, and a fear that something that they did wrong during an investigation, or that they failed to do during an investigation due to lack of training, would come up years later, and that they would be held accountable for that. So that there's this feeling among some of the officers that are out on the street that they wait for somebody else to take those calls, perhaps somebody else that may be more experienced. They discussed the officer that I was riding with after having that coffee conversation with the team was talking about there is a certain training that's offered once a year, I think he said, that delves a little deeper, but it's not a mandatory training, and it is only offered once a year. So there are things that are available, but perhaps those should be mandatory trainings for all officers. And so we said we were going to look into this stuff a little more and discuss it. And I think we actually asked P&T to make those connections and have those conversations and figure out who the appropriate departments were within APD to have those presentations to us. But it's been,
well, if you will send me an email with just a couple lines that describe what you're after, I will see what I can do to arrange to have someone, the appropriate person, invited to our agenda.
Okay.
Soon.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other business? Seeing no other business, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Member, all in favor of adjournment? Member Armiel Pruitt?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
And the chair votes to adjourn. We're adjourned.
Thank you, everybody.
Next,